The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, the Reverend Dr. Barry Black, will open the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Mighty God, thank you for the gifts of compassion, tolerance, and understanding that can help us navigate during these difficult times. May our lawmakers enable these gifts to help them feel the winds of pain, anguish, and despair blowing in our nation and world. As our senators trust your sovereignty in sunshine and in shadows, show them the right road to follow. Guide them with your precepts and protect them with your wisdom. Lord, fill them with such reverence for you that they shall stand for right and leave the consequences to you. Bring peace to our troubled world. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., October 31, 2023, to the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Raphael G. Warnock, a senator from the state of Georgia, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
First, Mr. President, just a little housekeeping. I understand that there's a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S3168, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations for assistance for the situation in Israel and for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2024, and for other purposes.
In order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Now, Mr. President, on the business of today. Today, the Senate Appropriations Committee hears testimony from the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of State on President Biden's emergency supplemental request sent to Congress to address the national security threats happening around the world. The right path forward for Congress is clear. We must stand with our allies in Israel. We must send humanitarian aid to innocent civilians in Gaza. We must give aid to Ukraine and hold the line against Vladimir Putin. And we must rebuff the aggressions of the Chinese Communist Party in the Indo-Pacific. As has been true from the start of this Congress, bipartisan cooperation will be the only way anything gets to the President's desk. So I'm deeply troubled that yesterday House Republicans released a partisan and woefully inadequate package with no aid to Ukraine, no humanitarian assistance for Gaza, no funding for the Indo-Pacific, and, in addition, poison pills that increase the deficit and help wealthy tax cheats avoid paying their fair share. The House GOP bill is woefully inadequate and has the hard right's fingerprints all over it. It makes aid for Israel, who has just faced the worst terrorist attack in its history, contingent on poison pills that reward rich tax cheats. In short, it makes it much, much harder to pass aid for Israel. It's insulting that the hard right is openly trying to exploit the crisis in Israel to try and reward the ultra-rich. The new Speaker knows perfectly well that if you want to help Israel, you can't propose legislation that is full of poison pills. And this kind of unnecessarily partisan legislation sends the wrong message to our allies and adversaries around the world. It's almost as if the real goal of this House GOP package is not to help Israel, but to get tax relief for the super wealthy, while leaving out Ukraine aid, leaving out humanitarian aid for Gaza, leaving out funding for the Indo-Pacific. Instead of advancing a serious proposal to defend Israel, defend Ukraine, and provide humanitarian aid, this House GOP proposal, let me say that again, instead of advancing a serious proposal to defend Israel, defend Ukraine, and provide humanitarian aid, this House GOP proposal is clearly designed to divide Congress on a partisan basis, not unite it. The Speaker's allies have said as much to the press. I hope the new Speaker realizes that this is a grave mistake and quickly changes course. To protect Americans against any one of these foreign threats, we must protect against them all. Because you can be sure that President Xi will watch what America does in Ukraine just as much as they watch what we do in Israel, in the Indo-Pacific, and everywhere else. And the last thing Republicans in Congress should be doing is exploiting the crisis in Israel to sneak a highly partisan provision that caters to the ultra-rich, as the GOP package blatantly does. As I mentioned, when I spoke to Speaker Johnson the night of his election, the only way we will get anything done is in a bipartisan way. Unfortunately, in his first major decision as Speaker, Speaker Johnson has ignored that advice. Now on AI. Mr. President, yesterday, President Biden announced the first ever artificial intelligence executive order that will keep America in the lead on AI. And later this morning, the Senate's bipartisan AI gang, Senators Rounds, Heinrich, Young, and I, will go to the White House to meet with President Biden to discuss how we can work together to pursue bipartisan AI legislation. I applaud President Biden for doing the right thing, by issuing yesterday's executive order. It outlines a number of common-sense guardrails that will increase American leadership on safeguards and better protect Americans against all sorts of risk, from cybersecurity to bio and nuclear threats. President Biden's AI executive order was welcome news, but everyone knows we can and must do more here in Congress. The President's action yesterday importunes us to act, to augment and expand his executive order with bipartisan legislation. Congress must act with a sense of urgency when it comes to AI, because AI is already changing our world in dramatic ways, and other countries are trying to gain ground on us. Tomorrow, the Senate will continue our bipartisan work on AI with our third and fourth AI Insight forums. In the morning, the AI Insight Forum will begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow and focus on our workforce, both the risks and opportunities that AI presents to American workers and our economy. We'll hear from leaders in labor, tech, civil rights, and business on how Congress can best protect workers from the changes that AI will bring. The afternoon AI Insight Forum will bring another diverse group to debate how Congress can prepare for AI in high-impact areas, including financial decisions, healthcare, law enforcement, among other highly consequential use cases, and we'll be careful to pay attention to potential bias when AI is used. For the information of senators, tomorrow's AI Insight Forums will take place in the Kennedy Caucus Room. Each will last approximately 2 hours. I encourage everyone on both sides to attend, and I thank Senators Rounds, Heinrich, and Young for their help making these bipartisan AI Insight Forums possible. Now, on Jack Lew. It's going to be a busy day here in the Senate. Before the end of the day, the U.S. Senate will confirm Jack Lew as the next ambassador to Israel. For the information of senators, we'll have a cloture vote on Mr. Lew's nomination this morning, with a final vote on confirmation in the early afternoon. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of sending an American ambassador to Israel today. With everything happening in Israel right now, confirming Jack Lew at this moment will be one of the most important and consequential nomination votes the Senate has taken in a long time. The need to confirm Mr. Lew is plain and irrefutable. Israel's in crisis. America needs to stand with her. And a most urgent and obvious step would be to ensuring that we have an ambassador in place. As the Senate takes this important vote later today, I want to applaud the remarkable team at the U.S. Embassy in Israel, all of whom have done exceptional work under the most difficult circumstances. When I went to Israel with my Senate colleagues, I got to see the embassy's incredible work up close, especially the outstanding chargé d'affaires. So I thank them all for their dedication in these hard times. But it was clear when we went there that Israel needs an ambassador from the U.S., especially at this time. So I hope we will get as large a vote for Mr. Lew as possible. I want to thank my colleagues on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee who approved Mr. Lew on a 12-9 basis. Lew has a strong, long, proven record as a public servant and a ferocious ally of Israel, and it will help send a powerful message of support to Israel to have this appointment filled ASAP. And finally, on the minibus. On the legislative front, the Senate will move forward this week on bipartisan appropriations legislation. I would note that we are the only bipartisan appropriations legislation in town. The House has passed a series of very, very partisan bills filled with poison pills, cutting deeply, way below the agreement that was made in the deficit, in the last resolution when we dealt with avoiding default. Last week, we began holding votes on a large number of amendments here in the Senate, offered on both sides of the aisle. In fact, when all is said and done, we will have considered 40 amendments, 40, here on the floor. If both sides cooperate, it's my hope we can pass these 3 appropriations bills by tomorrow. When that happens, these 3 bills will be the only appropriations bills that have passed through either chamber with bipartisan support, which is the only way we are going to get any funding passed in divided government. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum law be dispensed with.
Without objection.
The brutal terrorist attacks of October 7th poured gasoline on the flames of anti-Semitic hatred around the world. Take the alarming reports this weekend out of Russia, a country with a long, troubled history of anti-Semitism. After weeks of pro-Hamas propaganda spewed from the Kremlin, an angry mob overran a provincial airport and surrounded a plane that had just arrived from Israel. Chillingly, the mob went person to person, checking passports and asking if they were Muslim or Jew, a modern-day pogrom in southern Russia. Vladimir Putin is usually quick to accuse other countries of imagined atrocities, but he's issued no such condemnation of Hamas for the very real savagery inflicted on innocent Israelis. In fact, as this latest despicable episode of anti-Semitism unfolded on Russian soil, Putin's regime welcomed a delegation of Hamas terrorists to the Kremlin. The Russian government's policy is to demand that Israel agree to a ceasefire, a de facto amnesty for the terrorist aggressors who slaughtered children in their homes a few weeks ago. In that regard, street protesters across the West have found common cause with a Russian dictator. No major power has done more to turbocharge Iran's terrorist network in the Middle East than Putin's Russia. The Kremlin's intervention in Syria allowed Tehran to establish a massive corridor of resources to terrorist proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas. So it should surprise no one that Iran has happily provided Russia with a kamikaze drone to fire at Ukrainian cities. Russia, Iran, and China do not share an ideology, but they do share interests. They see themselves in conflict with the West, and especially with America. Russia would love to see Iranian-backed terrorists in the Middle East weaken America and our allies. Iran would love to see a Russian victory against Ukraine that divides the West and deepens its own defense cooperation with Moscow. And China, for its part, would love to see America's resolve to stand with European and Israeli allies and reestablish actual deterrence against Russia and Iran crumble. So at the risk of repeating myself, the threats facing America and our allies are serious and they're intertwined. If we ignore that fact, we do so at our own peril. The Biden administration's defense budget requests have systematically ignored these growing threats. The president's supplemental request to address multiple crises that have unfolded on his watch is a recognition of this failure. So our colleagues on the Appropriations Committee now have a chance to provide critical resources that our military and defense industrial base need to keep pace with growing threats and support our partners. Congress also has an opportunity to force the administration to start treating our southern border like the sovereign legal boundary that it is. The southern border crisis is not a problem of insufficient resources. It is not the zero-sum alternative to deterring our adversaries overseas. It is the direct result of misguided policies that have incentivized record illegal migration. It doesn't take tens of billions of dollars to fix this problem. It just takes common sense. And I would urge our Democratic colleagues to show some common sense by working with Republicans to stop the border crisis, rebuild American military strength, and stand with our friends in Ukraine, Israel, and Asia. Now, on a related matter, I spoke recently about alarming reactions to the October 7th attacks coming from America's top universities. We've seen student radicals spew outright hate, and campus leaders respond with agonizing, equivocating statements. But it appears that neither thick-headed young activists nor mealy-mouthed administrators can hold a candle to university faculties when it comes to moral obtuseness. So here are a few examples. After a student group at Columbia published a letter describing Hamas savage attacks as the, listen to this, quote, struggle for freedom, end quote. Occupied peoples who have the right to resist occupation. Over 100 faculty members signed a letter of their own expressing a desire to, quote, preserve Columbia University as a beacon for fostering critical thinking and opening minds to different points of view. Needless to say, I'm a staunch supporter of the First Amendment. People are entitled to different points of view, but they aren't entitled to different facts. And the only group that's occupied Gaza since 2007 is Hamas. Besides, America's higher education system has a long way to go when it comes to protecting free speech and fostering diverse viewpoints. Just ask any right of center academic. But of all places to start on their journey toward freedom of expression, they choose to celebrate terrorism? Terrorism? Meanwhile, the University of Pennsylvania is facing a donor revolt over campus protests and an anti-Semitic literary festival that predated October 7th. But that didn't stop the local chapter of essentially its professors' union from issuing a 6-page letter denouncing the university administration's pro-Israeli views. The school's painfully nuanced attempts at moral equivalency are apparently an erasure of Palestinian voices. Donors' outrage at radical calls for a pogrom are coercive threats that demand their removal from all university boards. So, Mr. President, let's remember who's doing the aggressing here. There's an open FBI investigation into online threats encouraging the murder of Jewish students at Cornell. The university's had to bring in police to help protect the kosher dining hall on campus, and many Jewish students are opting to stay in their rooms for safety. Until recently, the tenured left-wing apparatchiks of America's elite university might have expected donors to keep on writing checks, no matter which sort of unhinged postmodern hate they ginned up. Well, not anymore. At Penn, one alumnus call to boycott the school has spread like wildfire, precipitating a crisis that one account put at $1 billion hole in the university's books. At least a dozen CEOs have pledged not to hire any members of the Harvard student groups who blamed Israel for the murder of its children. And elite law firms have started rescinding job offers from law students who regurgitate terrorist talking points. Some are even competing with each other to fund relief efforts in Israel. So activist professors are entitled to their own opinions, but money is also protected speech, and they aren't entitled to donors' pocketbooks. That's not how the real world works. America and our allies have woken up. from a holiday from history. American business and philanthropists are starting to do the very same thing. Let's hope it continues. She just adds the quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
The Republican whip, sorry.
Mr. President, Senate and quorum call.
It is.
I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection. Morning business closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Matthew James Maddox of Maryland to be United States District Judge for the District of Maryland.
Mr. President, Hamas's brutal attack on Israel on October the 7th has thrust not just Hamas, but Iran into the spotlight. Why? Because while Hamas may have carried out the attack, Iran enabled it and is currently enabling terrorist organizations throughout the Middle East. There's Hamas, which gets approximately 90% of its military budget from Iran and benefits from Iranian training and weapons. Then there's Hezbollah, the terrorist organization on Israel's northern border with Lebanon, which is also armed and financed by Iran. Then there are the Houthis in Yemen, who are backed by Iran and who, in the aftermath of October the 7th, fired missiles and drones headed in the direction of Israel, likely at Iran's direction. There are the Shia militias who are attacking American soldiers in Iraq and Syria. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And the list literally goes on. As I said on the floor last week, through its proxies, Iran is literally getting away with murder. One has to wonder what the Middle East would look like today if Iran hadn't spent decades funding and arming terrorist organizations. Nor are Iran's malign activities confined to the Middle East. Iran has provided Russia with drones to use in its war of aggression against Ukraine. And now it appears that Iran is helping Russia to build a drone manufacturing facility to dramatically increase Russia's drone supply. Meanwhile, Russia's foreign minister was in Iran last week and met with the Iranian president. A Reuters article on the meeting reported, and I quote, "Russia and Iran are firming up bilateral relations in a trusting atmosphere," Russia's foreign ministry said, end quote. Mr. President, Iran doesn't just represent a danger to peace and stability in the Middle East and beyond. It is directly responsible for much of the strife that we see there. And in the wake of the October 7th attack and Israel's military response, Iran has threatened Israel with escalation and a war on, and I quote, multiple fronts. It's time to make clear to Iran that its deadly activities can't continue. The Biden administration must clearly articulate to the Iranians that if they do not stand down or if they greenlight any escalation against Israel, the United States and our allies will respond. In the meantime, the administration should be exploring all avenues for ending Iran's career as a state sponsor of terror. Israel and the Arab world deserve a chance to move forward free of Iran's malign meddling. President Biden and his administration do not have the strongest track record on Iran. Witness their misguided attempts to reboot the Obama administration's problematic nuclear deal and the decision to unfreeze $6 billion in Iranian funds as part of a deal to free American prisoners. The president did finally listen to calls from myself and others in the wake of Hamas's attack to once again freeze that $6 billion. And the administration was right to move more U.S. forces into the region to deter escalation and to respond to attacks on U.S. troops. But, Mr. President, it's clear that a lot more needs to be done if we want to stop Iran from funding terror. I'm disappointed that the President has continued in his choice of Jack Lew as ambassador to Israel. Mr. Lew played a key role in developing and carrying out the Obama administration's misguided nuclear deal. And his nomination does not exactly send the message to Iran that the Biden administration will be cracking down on Iranian warmongering. Mr. President, 33 Americans died as a result of Hamas's October 7th attack, and as many as 10 Americans are still likely trapped as hostages, with hundreds of other Americans still stuck in Gaza. Meanwhile, a number of American military personnel have been injured in drone attacks in Iraq and Syria carried out by Iran-backed groups. Add the more than 1,400 individuals who died in Hamas's October 7th attack and countless other terrorism-related deaths in the Middle East, and it becomes very clear that Iran's hands are stained with the blood of thousands. If there is to be any hope of peace in the Middle East, if there is to be any hope for a brighter and more secure future for Israelis and Palestinians and many others, then Iran's career as a state sponsor of terror must be ended. And I will do everything I can with my colleagues in Congress to see that that is accomplished. And I hope the Biden administration will do the same. It's time to end Iran's reign of terror. Mr. President, before I yield the floor, I want to take just a moment to talk about the disturbing displays of anti-Semitism we are seeing around the world, and appallingly, right here at home. From celebrations of Hamas's attack to threats of violence directed against Jewish individuals and organizations and a United States senator, the weeks since October 7th have contained horrifying echoes of a very dark time in human history. The spectacle of a mob storming a runway to hunt for Jewish passengers is a sight I never thought that I would see in my lifetime. And I pray it is a sight that we will never see again. But preventing this kind of evil from expanding its foothold is going to require action on our part, a willingness to stand up and to call it out and to affirm that this kind of hatred has no place in a civilized society. And in the days to come, I hope that leaders around the world will make it very clear that anti-Semitism's day is over, and that neither our nation nor the world community will ever allow the dark history of the 20th century to be repeated in the 21st. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The majority whip.
I ask consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the privileges of the floor be granted to the following interns of Senator Kelly for today: Allison Baum, Emmeline Farwell, Alexandra Parker, Jesus Rendon Silva.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last night I announced that the Senate Judiciary Committee, which I chair, will vote to subpoena Harlan Crow, Robin Arkley, and Leonard Leo, 2 billionaire megadonors and one of their enablers, who sit at the center of the ethical crisis currently gripping the United States Supreme Court. This vote is the next step in the committee's ongoing investigation on the ethics of the Supreme Court. It comes only after Mr. Crow refused to comply with committee request and Mr. Lew and Arkley outright stonewalled the committee in the exercise of our constitutional authority. For years, Mr. President, reports of ethical misconduct by individual justices on the court have raised serious concerns. But over the past year, a series of investigative reports have brought the long-simmering issue to a boil. Story after story has emerged about lavish gifts and luxury trips that Supreme Court justices shamelessly accepted and failed to disclose. The reported behavior is unworthy of anyone in public office, and it has led to an historic loss of public confidence in the Supreme Court. Some background here is necessary. Harlan Crow is a billionaire and a Republican megadonor. He first met Justice Clarence Thomas in the mid-1990s after Thomas' confirmation to the Supreme Court. Not long after they met, Crow began to shower Justice Thomas with lavish gifts, flights on his private jet, invitations to an all-male invitation-only private club, a $19,000 Bible that once belonged to Frederick Douglass. We know about these initial gifts because Justice Thomas listed them and disclosed them on the financial disclosure forms he was required to submit under federal law. But those disclosures abruptly stopped in 2004, almost 20 years ago, after a Los Angeles Times report questioned their propriety. We've since learned that Justice Thomas continued to accept gifts from Crow that are staggering in both their number and value, from additional flights on Crow's private jets to nearly annual stays at Crow's luxury camps and private clubs, to vacations on Crow's super yacht. Justice Thomas simply stopped disclosing these gifts to the American people. But Harlan Crow is not the only billionaire bankrolling the lavish lifestyle of a Supreme Court justice. And Justice Clarence Thomas is not the only justice to accept improper gifts. Let's turn to Robin Arkley. In 2008, Arkley hosted Justice Samuel Alito at his luxury fishing lodge in Alaska. There, Alito fished, flew on the lodge's bush planes, and enjoyed wine costing upwards of $1,000 a bottle. $1,000 a bottle. Justice Alito included none of this on his financial disclosure. Nothing. That 2008 luxury fishing trip was arranged by a man named Leonard Lew. Lew has been a longtime leader of the Conservative Federalist Society and other far-right organizations. He is the key architect of the right-wing campaign to take over the federal courts, facilitating relationships between political donors and justices, championing conservative political causes, and wielding a shadowy network of influence over federal and state judges. How can a Supreme Court justice accept such lavish gifts, let alone fail to disclose them to the American people? The answer is very simple. The Supreme Court of the United States, the highest court in the land, does not have an enforceable code of conduct. Unlike employees of the executive and legislative branches, virtually all of them, unlike members of Congress and all other federal judges, the 9 Supreme Court justices alone decide for themselves what conduct is and is not appropriate. More than 11 years ago, I asked Chief Justice Roberts to adopt a binding code of conduct for all Supreme Court justices. I've renewed that request repeatedly this year, including last month when I sat literally physically next to the Chief Justice and spoke at the Judicial Conference. Some justices have now publicly joined the call for an ethics code. I do believe the majority of the justices on the Supreme Court are embarrassed by these disclosures and want this to come to an end. So far, the Chief Justice, John Roberts, and the court have failed to do anything. In the face of the Supreme Court's failure, the Senate Judiciary Committee has exercised its constitutional right and duty to investigate this ethical crisis in order to craft and advance legislation to address it. Beginning in May, the committee has sent letters to a number of these billionaires, activists, and organizations connected to the undisclosed gifts and travel. I'm sorry to say I happen to believe that we have just seen a small amount of the lavish gifts that have gone to the members of the court, thanks to the investigative efforts of journalists, as well as the Senate Finance Committee. We've discovered some of these things, but sadly, I believe there's much more out there. We are seeking details about what exactly has been given to these Supreme Court justices, as well as how certain individuals and groups that have business before the court gained such enormous access to the private lives of these justices. Getting this information is critical. While there's been reporting on the justices' ethical failures, I'm sorry to say that there's more information out there we need to find. Just last week, listen to this, the Senate Finance Committee revealed that yet another wealthy benefactor, Anthony Welters, had forgiven a $267,000 interest-only loan to Justice Thomas to purchase a luxury RV. Justice Thomas failed to disclose that. So you understand what happened. The justice who seems to fancy these RVs had his eye on one that cost over $250,000. Mr. Welters agreed to loan him the money to buy the RV. Justice Thomas made one annual payment of interest on that debt, and then the debt was forgiven. And so the RV is his, a gift from Mr. Welters. While the loan itself had been the subject of prior reporting, it was only through the Finance Committee's investigation and the cooperation of Mr. Welters, let me add, that the favorable terms of the loan and its ultimate forgiveness came to light. In contrast to Mr. Welters' willing cooperation, Leonard Leo, Harlan Crow, and Robin Arkley, four of these fawning billionaires, have produced no substantive response and have otherwise stalled the Judiciary Committee's investigation. Instead, their responses offer a host of baseless arguments that ignores the committee's constitutional authority to inform its legislative efforts. Their defensive and dismissive response make you wonder, what are they trying to hide? I'm not going to stand idly by as these fawning billionaires with interest before the court use their immense wealth to buy private access to the justices and then deny the Senate Judiciary Committee information to which we are lawfully entitled. That is why the committee will vote to authorize subpoenas to these individuals. Mr. President, this has been a long battle for many of us, and my colleague, Senator Whitehouse, has shown extraordinary leadership on this issue as well. 11 years ago, it came to my attention that the Supreme Court just didn't have a code of conduct. How can we justify this? 9 justices on the highest court in the land, no code of conduct. What about the other federal justices? They're bound by a code of conduct. If the justices on the Supreme Court merely assume the same type of conduct with some modifications, we would at least say they're making a step in the right direction. But they ignored it and they resisted it. In fact, Justice Alito and Justice Thomas have been belligerent when they've been confronted with these issues, that it's no one's business but their own as to what they do with their private lives. Unfortunately, when you accept the post in public service, that is not the case. Our private lives become part of that public service. And certainly if there is any suggestion of a conflict in a situation where individuals, billionaires who have an interest before the court are buying access and time with these justices, that is certainly relevant to our work in the Senate Judiciary Committee. Mr. President, as a member of the committee, you understand we have gone through this process very deliberately and patiently and slowly and reached a point where we believe subpoenaing this information is the only way to get the facts before the American people. I'm hoping that this is successful. I hope that it becomes bipartisan, and I hope that we bring this to this court the type of reputation which is enjoyed over the years. I yield the floor.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I come to Florida today to express my strong, very strong support for Israel. On October the 7th, Israel was suddenly and deliberately attacked by a group of terrorists. Now, they didn't attack military institutions, they attacked citizens in Israel. It's been described by some as Israel's 9/11 or Israel's Pearl Harbor. They killed women and children. They filmed themselves, and they broadcast it on the internet. They were proud. They were very proud of what they were doing. They killed more than 1,400 innocent people. This includes more than 30 Americans. Sometimes that's forgotten by our mainstream media. This is the largest terrorist killing of Americans since 9/11. More than 100 people are still hostage by Hamas. And this also includes Americans. So we need to do two things. First, we need to get the hostages out. That's very, very important. It's been too long. Then we need to ensure that this never happens again. You know, Israel can do both of these things. Israel has a very highly advanced military and a highly advanced economy. The only way to ensure that Hamas cannot ever attack again, as Israel says, is to wipe them from the face of the earth. This is Israel's mission, and we hear this from their leaders every day. The role of the United States in this conflict should be to support and supply. So let's first talk about support. Over the last 2 weeks, we've seen left-wing protests against Israel and support of Hamas. It's hard to believe, but it's very, very, very true. We've seen them overseas in London and in Sydney, but we've also seen them here in the United States on college campuses. You know, to me, that's absolutely disgusting. I'll just mention a few examples. Students at Harvard, mind you, defended Hamas of what they did. Next, they'll be complaining about not being able to get jobs. I wonder why they won't be able to get jobs, especially on places like Wall Street. Students at the University of California, Long Beach, handed out flyers with pictures of Hamas. The list goes on and on, but this tells us a lot about the state of our education in this country. I was involved in education for 40 years. I can understand it. These kids don't know the first thing about the Middle East or about foreign policy. A lot are not taught this. But they have been marinated in woke ideology since grade school at a lot of our public schools. Left-wing groups are siding with terrorists because of this. Today, there are protests happening here at the Capitol, right here on Capitol Hill. The appropriations hearings with Secretary Austin and Secretary Blinken have been repeatedly, every few minutes, interrupted by left-wing, pro-Hamas protesters. Pro-Hamas leftists shut down a building in the House just a couple of weeks ago. Shut it down. Now they want to shut down the Appropriations Committee. Many of these groups are funded by Democrat dark money groups. These left-wing groups are calling for a ceasefire over in Gaza. This is like calling for a ceasefire after Pearl Harbor, as some of the leaders in Israel have said. To me, a ceasefire is a surrender. A ceasefire means Hamas gets to kill civilians without any consequences after what they did on October the 7th. Every single Democrat in the Senate needs to condemn these left-wing groups. Everybody. We all need to condemn these groups. The left is making excuses for these terrorists. It's immoral and it's un-American of what's going on across our country and with these protests. We need to ensure that terrorists never, ever attack anybody like this again. This requires, again, wiping off Hamas from the map. And as you listen to the Israeli leaders, that's exactly what they plan to do. Israel's going to be able to do this. They're going to be able to do it themselves. They're not going to need our help, but they will need supplies. We need to ensure that they have what they need to wipe Hamas off from existence. I support sending Israel more weapons if they need them. But unfortunately, there's already an effort to tie Israel funding to Ukraine funding right here in this building. President Biden sent over a request for a supplemental funding bill just this past weekend. It includes $14 billion for Israel, but it also includes $60 billion for Ukraine. That's $230 million a day. That's 4 times as much for Ukraine than it is for Israel. The war in Ukraine has nothing to do with the war in Israel. Israel is our number 1 ally. Sometimes people forget that. Ukraine is not our number 1 ally. They're not even in NATO. The war in Israel is about killing terrorists who want to kill not only people in countries like Israel, but also Americans. There's no reason Ukraine and Israel aid need to be in the same bill. I'm against that. I'm for funding Israel, first and foremost. So we need to vote on them separately. We ought to support Israel, and we need to supply Israel. We need to stand with them as they take on the terrorists. It's going to be a very, very tough and grueling job, but we support them. I also come to the floor today to talk about something a little bit different. This weekend, Americans are going to fall back. Daylight savings time is coming to an end. This should be the last time we ever have to fall back. Senator Rubio and I have introduced legislation in the last 2 years that would do just that. It's called the Sunshine Protection Act, supported by a lot of people. Over the past 2 years, I have received countless calls from all over the state of Alabama to make daylight savings time permanent. We're living in the past. Many Alabamians, including parents, senior citizens, farmers, mental health professionals, have called my office in support with more sunshine in the evening. This is probably one of the top issues that I get phone calls about, and we deal with a lot of them. But it's amazing how many phone calls that we do get over this one topic. People across America agree that changing our clocks back and forth twice a year really makes no sense. It makes no sense sometimes, and as I said earlier, people call and say they're just sick of it. The idea of daylight savings was originally known as wartime, and that's when it was started. It was first introduced as a temporary measure to save energy during World War I. Many studies have proven that extra sunlight in the evening has benefits of mental health, physical fitness, economic growth, and overall well-being. It's a simple way we could positively impact the day-to-day life of all Americans. This bill is also a way to get something done that a lot of people care about. It affects everybody's life in this country. Shifting clocks can disrupt sleep patterns. It's kind of like a jet lag. We're giving the entire country jet lag twice a year. But a permanent daylight savings time will help Americans maintain a consistent sleep schedule. Studies show that disrupting sleep patterns increases the risk of cardiovascular disease and other diseases. Northwest Medical Center School found that the fallback and spring forward comes with 9% spike in fatal car accidents and 24% higher risk of heart attacks. The long-term effects of sleep disruption include weight gain, headaches, and depression. The time to switch in the fall increases seasonal affective disorder. One study found that the transition from daylight savings time to standard time increases the number of hospital visits of depression by 11%. You would think we would listen to that. Permanent daylight savings time with extra sunlight in the evening will also encourage more physical activity. Kids will be able to enjoy the outdoors more. Older Americans will be able to increase their vitamin D. Longer daylight hours in the evening have been proven to stimulate economic activity. People are more likely to shop, dine out, and participate in group activities when the light is outside. But one thing, it really affects our farmers. More sunshine during working hours means more time to work in the fields, which can translate to more profits, which our farmers desperately need. Permanent daylight savings could help farmers save energy. In my state of Alabama, along with 17 other states, they've already passed legislation to end outdated practice of changing the clocks. But the federal government must act to allow these state laws to go into effect. So, making daylight saving time permanent would improve our health, bolster our economy, benefit our farmers, and put America on the path to a brighter future. It makes a lot of sense. So it's time to move America forward and stop falling back. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor today in support of Jack Lew to be our ambassador to Israel. We're going to have a chance to vote on that in a few moments. First the cloture and then hopefully the confirmation with the cloture being imposed. The attack by Hamas on Israel earlier this month was heinous. It was evil. It was indescribably brutal. I was just in Israel with 10 senators, 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, and saw firsthand the scars and devastation. I saw the grief and the shock. We were there to make it clear that Israel has the right to defend itself. It has the obligation to defend itself. We recognize that the ground campaign has started to eliminate Hamas. Hamas is evil. They're equivalent to ISIS and maybe in some cases worse. Israel's security depends upon the demise of Hamas, as does the Palestinians' future in Gaza depend upon Hamas being eliminated. We have ongoing challenges. 200-plus hostages are being held by Hamas. Their safe return is one of our highest priorities. We're all working very hard. President Biden has made it clear with the positioning of U.S. assets, as well as his engagement in the Middle East, to prevent the escalation of this conflict. For those enemies of the United States and Israel trying to take advantage of the combat in Gaza to escalate the conflict, we have to make sure that does not happen. We have a real challenge with humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians in Gaza that are trying to escape the brutality of Hamas. We are now fortunate that we're able to start getting trucks, humanitarian trucks, into Gaza. We hope to be at about 100 trucks a day through the Rafah Gate. More is needed. We need to provide the medical needs, safe passage for Palestinians trying to avoid the conflict. All of this is made much more difficult because of Hamas. These challenges require a U.S. partnership. We need a confirmed ambassador. We need to work together on operations. We need to work together on tactics. We need to work together on strategy with Israel. It's so much more difficult for us to be able to do that without a confirmed ambassador in Jerusalem. How are we going to diplomatically engage at the highest levels in the region if we don't have a confirmed ambassador? It makes it much more difficult. Who's going to lead our mission to help the more than 500,000 American citizens who live in Israel? Made much more difficult without a confirmed ambassador. Mr. President, I want to make it clear, our chargé in Jerusalem, Stephanie Hallett, is doing a phenomenal job, as are the men and women of our mission in Jerusalem. And they deserve our thanks, appreciation for being on the front line to represent America's interests. There's no question about their loyalty and their dedication to the mission. The U.S. team mission Israel is the best in the field, but there's no substitute for a confirmed ambassador. Jacob Lew is eminently qualified to serve in this post. He has extensive experience. He has the political acumen that we need for our ambassador at this time. He has the respect of the Israeli officials. The foreign minister tweeted that they look forward to working with Jack Lew in, quote, the spirit of our close cooperation and alliance. The Jerusalem Post quoted said, Jack Lew is worthy nominee and a mensch. Support for his nomination ranges from the Orthodox Union Advocacy Center to the Anti-Defamation League. Last week, he advanced out of the Foreign Relations Committee on a bipartisan vote. I want to thank my colleagues who worked so hard to get him through the committee. Of course, this would not be the first time that Secretary Lew has had the support of the Senate. He has been nominated for a number of positions, and this body has confirmed him with overwhelming support in the past. And now, with Israel at war, with Hamas holding hostages in their tunnels in Gaza, with the entire world watching, given the stakes of the situation, given that Israel is fighting to defend itself, given that American lives are at risk, we cannot afford any delay. Israel cannot afford a delay. So, Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to support cloture on Jack Lew's nomination so we can get the confirmation vote without delay, and I hope that you would support these efforts. And with that, Mr. President, I would yield the floor. Quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Maryland.
I would ask consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for the information of the Senate, when the Senate resumes consideration of H.R. 4366, the following amendments are expected to be made pending, as provided under the order of October 24th. Hawley, number 1200. Cruz, number 1296. Blackburn Warner, number 1349, and Budd, number 1243. Mr. President, I further ask unanimous consent that there be up to 10 minutes for debate equally divided prior to the vote on amendment number 1296, with all previous provisions remaining in effect.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for the information, the Senate and senators should expect 4 roll call votes beginning at 2:30 p.m. today. And with that, Mr. President, I would ask consent that the vote scheduled for 11:30 this morning begin immediately.
Without objection. The question occurs on the nomination.
Yeas and nays?
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Markowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cardin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Kane, Lujan, Markey, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sinema. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Braun, Cassidy, Haggerty, Lummis, Paul, Romney, Tuberville. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Ossoff,
How are you?
aye. Mrs. Brett, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Crapo, no.
It's just, there's a whole class of people, TWO, you can't take without visa. Like if you're coming here.
Mr. Marshall, Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Moran.
I'm the other one.
Mr. Moran, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Carper, aye.
Oh, it's horrible.
Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no.
And
Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Brown,
I figured you had it in your pocket.
aye. Mrs. Baldwin, aye. Need to put it. Yeah. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Daines, Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse. Aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich. Aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. No. Mr. Young. Mr. Young. No.
The yeas are 55, the nays are 42. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 370, Jacob J. Lew of New York, to be Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the State of Israel, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Jacob J. Lew of New York to be Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the State of Israel shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun.
Wicker is no.
Mrs. Brett. Mr. Brown. Thank you. Mr. Budd. Ms. Butler. Ms. Cantwell. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. I got you. Thank you. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Brown, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Graham, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Manchin, Reed, Sanders, Stabenow, Tester, and Whitehouse. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Blackburn. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Ernst, Grassley, Hoven, Kennedy, Lankford, Marshall, Mullen, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Barrasso? No. Ms. Lemus? No. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Budd, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mrs. Capito? No. Ms. Smith? Aye. Mr. Murphy? Aye. Mr. Ossoff? Aye. Mrs. Fisher? No. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Ms. Hirono? Aye. Mr. Cassidy? No. Mr. Kelly? Aye. Mr. King? Aye. Mr. Fetterman? Aye. Mr. Warner? Aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no.
Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Butler, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 44. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of State, Jacob J. Lew of New York to be Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the United States of America to the State of Israel.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m. Senate will come to order. Senator from Arkansas.
3 weeks ago, Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists murdered 33 Americans and 1,400 Israelis in the deadliest terrorist attack since September 11, 2001. These depraved savages killed more Jews in a single day than any time since the Holocaust. Israel is now at war and on the verge of what could be its bloodiest battle in a generation. In this struggle, Israel is not only fighting Hamas in Gaza, it's fighting a confederation of Iranian-trained, funded, and armed terrorist organizations. From the Houthis in Yemen to Hezbollah in Lebanon to Palestinian Islamic Jihad in the West Bank, Iran is besieging Israel by proxy. At the same time, Iran is conducting extensive attacks against Americans in the region. Since Joe Biden took office, Iran and its proxies have attacked American forces more than 100 times. Let me say that again, 100 times. That's why we need a person of strength as the U.S. ambassador in Israel. We need an ambassador who's a champion of the American-Israeli relationship, who can bridge the democratic-driven divides in the alliance. We need an ambassador who is clear-eyed about the Iranian threat and prepared to confront it. Instead, President Biden has nominated Jack Lew, who at times seems a better friend to Tehran than Jerusalem. The United States Senate should reject this nomination to be ambassador to Israel. A vote for him is a vote to subvert, not strengthen, our ally in its time of need. As President Obama's Treasury Secretary, Jack Lew was a leading proponent of the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. The deal delivered more than $100 billion to the Ayatollahs. Mr. Lew called the agreement a strong deal and said, "It will make our country safer, it will make our allies safer, and it will make the world safer." He apparently didn't consult our allies, though, before making that statement, because our allies in Israel certainly didn't agree. In fact, Prime Minister Netanyahu called the agreement a very bad deal. And one poll found that 73% of Jewish Israelis believe that the deal posed an existential threat to the Jewish state. Prime Minister Netanyahu was so opposed to the Iran deal, which Mr. Lew championed, that he traveled to the United States and addressed a joint session of this Congress to urge our opposition. Mr. Lew condemned Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech as beyond the pale and a huge mistake. Apparently, Mr. Lew also did not consult our own Democratic leader, the senator from New York, who also voted against the disastrous Iran deal. Worse still, Mr. Lew stood with President Obama when he refused to veto a United Nations Security Council resolution condemning Israel. This was nothing but an act of spite by Barack Obama against Israel's leadership. Yet Mr. Lew stood by his boss, dismissively asserting that, "I don't think it's a great thing for Israel to always have only the United States standing between it and condemnation." So according to Mr. Lew, I guess it's better to have Israel condemned than to have Israel's back. Mr. Lew apparently doesn't understand that doing what's right is sometimes lonely business. The next American ambassador to Israel must be prepared for the hard and lonely work of sometimes standing up against the rest of the region and indeed the rest of the world in defense of American and Israeli interests. Mr. Lew's glib comments demonstrate that he lacks either the nerve or the will to stand up for Israel when it really matters and the chips are down as they are today. But Mr. Lew didn't just advocate on behalf of the Iran nuclear deal or attack its Israeli critics. He lied to Congress to protect the deal, indeed to go beyond what the nuclear deal required. Mr. Lew told the Senate Foreign Relations Committee in the summer of 2015 that Iran would, quote, continue to be denied access to the American financial and commercial market, end quote. Mr. Lew also testified that Iranian banks, quote, will continue to be denied access to the world's largest financial and commercial market. But 7 months later, in early 2016, Jack Lew's Treasury Department granted a license to convert almost $6 billion of Iranian assets into American currency using our financial system. This was not required by the Iran nuclear deal. This went over and above the dictates of that deal. But apparently Barack Obama and Jack Lew felt bad for the murderous Ayatollahs because they weren't getting enough economic benefit out of the deal. He even pressured 2 American banks to complete the transaction, and they sanely and patriotically said, no thanks, we don't want to touch Iran's blood money. That's not lying to Congress. I don't really know what is. But in addition to lying, Mr. Lew neglected to inform Congress that his department was sending its representatives around the world to encourage foreign countries and companies to do business with Iran. According to a Senate committee report authored by former Senator Robert Portman, the Treasury and State Department conducted more than 200 so-called road shows in foreign cities to encourage economic engagement with Tehran. Again, this is not required by the nuclear deal with Iran. Nothing said Jack Lew and his agents at Treasury had to act as the de facto investment bankers and business agents for the murderous Ayatollahs. He apparently felt so much sympathy for the Ayatollahs that he and John Kerry, as Secretary of State, would send their agents all around the world hustling up business for Iran's terror regime. And now this is the man who's going to represent American interests in Jerusalem? The Senate should not confirm Jack Lew, a man who has lied to Congress both by omission and overt dishonesty. The Senate should likewise not confirm a man who has acted as the de facto investment banker and business agent for the bloodthirsty Ayatollahs. Mr. Lew's supporters have claimed that although flawed, we need an ambassador to Israel during this crisis. And Mr. Lew is the man in offering. But the fact is, no one is better than Jack Lew. And the sooner we defeat his nomination, the sooner we can find someone worthy of this critical post. I know my Democratic friends say we have to confirm Mr. Lew to show our support for Israel. I would turn that around and say we have to defeat Mr. Lew's nomination to show that our nation is finally serious about confronting the Ayatollahs in Iran. And there's no clearer or more immediate action that senators could take to show a new direction for U.S. policy on Iran than to reject the nomination of one of the architects of the Iran nuclear deal. Both the United States and Israel deserve a lot better than Jack Lew. I urge my colleagues to oppose his nomination.
Mr. President,
Senator from Idaho.
I ask unanimous consent that I be permitted to speak for up to 2 minutes, and Senator Cardin be permitted to speak for up to 5 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
From Idaho.
Mr. President, I rise in opposition to this nomination, and I rise in support of our strong support for Israel. I understand it's important to move as quickly as we can to have an ambassador in Jerusalem. We are at an important moment in history with the events in Israel. This makes the stakes so much higher and important that we get it right. I believe it means we should take the time to get it right. This appointment that's been made is very disappointing. As my colleague just mentioned, it really ignores the fact that the underlying problem here is our policy and policies towards Iran. Certainly we all talk about Hamas. They've done horrible things, the horrific attack on Israel where they beheaded babies and killed innocent men and women in their beds sometimes, really deserves a response. But it also deserves for us to look at the underlying problem here, which is Iran. Hamas would not exist if it was not for Iran. Iran arms them, trains them, finances them, and directs them. We all know that. So how does that fit in with this particular appointment? Well, Mr. Lew did some things which were very much contrary, I believe, to what needs to be done in order for us to redo our policies towards Iran. When it came to the JCPOA, which, as we all know, there was a difference between our side of the aisle and the other side of the aisle on whether we should do the JCPOA or not, Mr. Lew was heavily involved in that. He promised us in the committee that he would not allow Iran to have access to the U.S. financial system. We know for a fact that after that, although he denied it, he did in fact attempt his very best to have Iran have access to the U.S. financial system. This is borne out by an official report of the United States Senate by the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. They interviewed the banks that Mr. Lew's attempts to twist their arms to give Iran access to the financial system. There was a very detailed investigation that was done on the fact. The facts are contained in this report. My good friends will say, oh, but that wasn't a bipartisan report. It is an official report by the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations. My friends on the other side of the aisle, though, will not deny the facts that are in this report. And the facts are that Mr. Lew was involved in this as I've described. I want to support Israel. I think everybody on this floor wants to support Israel. The last thing we need is somebody who is very contrary to our view on how Iran should be handled. Mr. Lew's response to this was, well, everybody knew what Obama's policies were, and therefore everybody should have known that we would do anything to blindly support the policies. That's wrong. This is the wrong way to go about it. This is the wrong person at the wrong time in the wrong place. We should vote no and support Israel. Thank you, Mr.
President.
Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, a little over a week ago, I was in Israel with 10 U.S. senators meeting with the Israeli leadership. And I must tell you, they are very much looking forward to having a confirmed ambassador from the United States in Jerusalem to help in regards to the challenges they're now facing as a result of Hamas's terrorist attack in Israel. And they're very much looking forward to Jack Lew being that ambassador. We heard that directly. His nomination has been welcomed by the Israelis, including Israel's foreign minister, who said he looks forward to working with them. The former Israeli ambassador to the United States wrote that Lew is, quote, a true statesman and a passionate Jew, a mensch in every sense of the word. He has the support of the Jerusalem Post, the Orthodox Union Advocacy Center, the Anti-Defamation League, and the list goes on and on and on. Why? Because he is so well qualified for this position. He's been confirmed by the Senate as the former Secretary of Treasury, as a Deputy Secretary of State, as an OMB director, and the list goes on and on and on. Confirmed by overwhelming majorities. It gives us the person as our representative to Israel that has the gravitas to stand shoulder to shoulder with Israel as the United States partners in the challenges that they're facing today. So there's, to me, no question about his qualifications, no question about his presence being welcomed by our Israeli friends, no question about his knowledge and commitment to these issues. He's worked his entire life part to strengthen the U.S.-Israel partnership. He knows the values. He testified to that during this confirmation hearing. And he testified in regards to the issues that my Republican friends are raising. The issues of whether he was forthright with Congress. And he was. He pointed out that in regards to opening up the banking for Iran, it was to comply with the JCPOA that was negotiated by the Obama administration, in which the Republicans were opposed to, and I opposed that agreement. I helped work with Senator Corker, then chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. I was a ranking Democrat at the time, to develop a process where we would not be surprised by these negotiations, that we would have input into these negotiations. That process passed the Senate by a near unanimous vote. As part of that process, we had in-depth discussions with the Obama administration, including Secretary Lew, including Secretary Moniz, and others who shared with us exactly what was being negotiated. We knew that there was going to be transfer of funds in regards to the JCPOA. We recognized that the banking system would be open for that limited purpose. That's not misleading us. That's telling us exactly what we knew was going to happen before we even took it up under the review statute. So it's just not right to say he misled us. He did not. And the report they're referring to was a partisan report issued by the Republicans. There was a reason why it was not bipartisan. They were just trying to double down on their opposition to the JCPOA. Israel needs a strong U.S. ambassador who will represent America and be their partner in taking on one of the greatest struggles in their history from the terrorist Hamas, what they did on October the 7th. We need a confirmed ambassador who's knowledgeable as how they can represent over 500,000 Americans that are currently in Israel. We need Jack Lew's expertise to help us get the hostages back safely on the ground in Israel. I want to thank Secretary Lew for being willing at this time, at this critical moment, to serve his country in this critically important position. And I would hope my colleagues would vote for his confirmation, recognizing that we could not have a more qualified individual to represent America as our ambassador to Israel. With that, I yield the floor.
The question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Thank you. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Brown. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts. Did he say no? Okay. Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Butler, Cardin, Carper, Casey, Coons, Durbin, Hassan, Kane, Kelly, Lujan, Manchin, Menendez, Padilla, Peters, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Capito, Collins, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Hoven, McConnell, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, and Thune. Schmidt and Thune. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Schumer? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Lankford, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Murkowski, no.
The ayes are 53, the nays are 43, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. Majority Leader.
The Senate, I'm proud to say, has now taken an extremely important step in our support of Israel. We have approved with bipartisan support Jack Lew to serve as U.S. Ambassador to Israel. With Israel defending itself against Hamas, this ambassadorship is as important and timely as any nomination that the Senate has confirmed in a long time. Mr. Lew is the right man for the job of ambassador to Israel. He's a capable public servant, a fierce ally to Israel, and commands a broad base of trust and respect. And he is a decent and humane man. When my colleagues and I met with the Israeli government, we promised to send them an ambassador as soon as possible, and today the Senate has kept that promise. Having an ambassador in Israel means stronger diplomatic ties between the U.S. and Israel at a time when these bonds matter most. It means Israel's messages will be conveyed appropriately to our government, but it also means our government's messages will be sent appropriately to the Israeli government. So it helps the two-way street of communication, so important right now. And having an ambassador ensures America can work with Israel and communicate with Israel in both directions at the highest level as the fight against Hamas continues. I thank my colleagues for confirming Mr. Lew on a bipartisan basis. Thank you to Chairman Cardin and the Senate Foreign Relations Committee who championed Mr. Lew's nomination. Finally, I want to applaud the remarkable team at the U.S. Embassy in Israel, all of whom have done exceptional work under the most difficult circumstances. When I went to Israel with my Senate colleagues, I got to see the embassy's incredible work up close, especially the outstanding charge d'affaires. But we also saw the need, the vacancy, the hole that was there during a time of crisis when we didn't have an ambassador, and we saw how much we needed one. We're easing the short-staffed embassy's burden by sending a fully appointed ambassador so they can continue carrying out their mission with excellence during this pivotal moment. I yield the floor.
Resume legislative session in the consideration of H.R. 4366, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 198, H.R. 4366, an act making appropriations for military construction and so forth, and for other purposes.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 1200 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report the amendment by number.
The senator from Missouri, Mr. Hawley, proposes an amendment number 1200 to amendment number 1092.
Mr. President.
Under the previous order, there will now be 2 minutes for debate equally divided. Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, the appropriations bills that we are now considering appropriate a total of $280 billion in taxpayer money, money that will be used by agencies ranging from the Department of Veterans Affairs to Transportation and Agriculture. And this amendment does something very simple. Whatever other disagreements we may have about the spending in these bills, surely we can agree that this money ought to go to Americans and American companies and our allies. So all this amendment does is it says that none of the money we are appropriating can go to China. It can't go to Chinese companies or companies that are owned and controlled by China. That's it. It's simple. No American taxpayer dollars to the People's Republic of China. This should be an easy vote, Mr. President. I urge a yes vote.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I want to make clear, I also worry about the influence of Chinese entities, but this amendment is not the answer. This amendment could have far-reaching, unintended consequences that would affect our agency's ability to fulfill their missions and serve people. If this amendment passed, VA could face challenges in obtaining products for essential mission needs like pharmaceuticals or medical devices and IT. This amendment could negatively impact procurement of meat for the school meals program. For example, Smithfield is owned by a Chinese company. This amendment would actually prohibit USDA from purchasing hogs from any U.S.-based farmers owned by Smithfield. Is that what we want? It could also prevent Americans from understanding the security challenges related to Chinese-made drones, because this amendment would mean the FAA would no longer be able to purchase drones made by Chinese entities to conduct critical counter-UAS research, testing, analysis, or training. Mr. President, we should have more time to carefully consider the impact of this amendment and the serious unintended consequences it could have before adding it to this legislation. I urge a no vote.
President,
Senator from Missouri.
do I have any time remaining, Mr. President?
15 seconds, sir.
I would just say, Mr. President, do we want to be buying school lunches from China? Do we want to be buying pharmaceuticals from China and be dependent on them? I think not, Mr. President. Let's bring these resources to the United States of America. Let's fund Americans and American companies. I ask for the yeas and nays.
There is sufficient second. There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Brown. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Butler. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Resch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.